Good day, everyone. Welcome to Virtual Concert Halls. I'm Anna Svinskaya, and I'll be your co-host today.
Hello, my name is Chris, and we are so happy to be hosting this event. We're connecting musicians and audiences all around the world in real-time live performances online. Tonight, you're watching the Sound Espressivo Global Competition Finals. Welcome to the Sound Espressivo Global Competition Finals. Tonight we have ages 10 and under and 11 to 14. We are hosting an incredible amount of musicians who are really young and full of energy and very vibrant. We are really happy to be able to host this competition, especially when all around the world we're not always able to go to live events. And these finals are a testament to the incredible talent and the amazing abilities and efforts these musicians have to showcase with us. And it's a pleasure to be here, Dr. Anna. Thank you for hosting and doing all this work. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's a great pleasure. It's so wonderful to feel the vibe of the live music and connect across all the distances and all the obstacles.
Yeah.
For 2 days.
And this must be your 6th, 7th hour doing this now. This is the first day of our finals, and we still have tomorrow as well, right?
That's right. So we're doing a marathon of 2 days, 3 sessions each day. This is our 3rd session, and please stay with us tomorrow. We have 3 more sessions, and the judges will be providing immediate feedback. International panel of over 40 judges are speaking after each performance and giving their suggestions and recommendations to the finalists.
Yeah, this is something that's really special to our competition, where judges get to be able to provide feedback right away. And Dr. Angela Chan just commenting here, she's a judge here too, and her comments have been amazing too. And it's just so good to be able to get that feedback, don't you think?
Yeah, you take away a lot from it. So for the future growth and for the future successes.
Yeah, so for all those watching, please stay tuned, right? Because you can comment if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook. Please comment, stay tuned, because we want your interaction, we want your comments, and it's really helpful to not just us who are organizing, our judges, but also our contestants who are performing.
Yeah, we need this connection with a live audience. That's what musicians are longing for, and that's what the audience is longing for as well. If you can't go to the open physical concert hall, come to virtual concert halls, because we are all real people here, and this connection is real. This connection is in real time, and we have more surprises for the audience. Please be active, be present, vote for your favorite finalist. Chris, to you, explain what it is.
Yeah, we have our audience favorite award, which we'll put a link down below as well. And this is very important because when you vote for your finalists, they are able to get an award, and there's a little bit of a cash prize that is co-sponsored by James Adler, so we've named it after him. So yes, please vote for your favorite finalist.
And let's display that link for people to go to and take their vote. Whoever inspired you the most, please vote for that artist and support with your warm cheers.
Yeah, and for those who are watching, Dr. Anna, you're one of the co-founders of this competition and virtual concert halls. Could you tell us about the mission and why you've done what you've done, why you created this and made this? Why is it so important to perform online and live?
Well, the mission of the competition is to empower musicians with new tools. The technology has developed enormously, and however uncomfortable or challenging it may be to master the technology, we would like to invite all musicians from all walks of life to try it, to test it, and to see how you can adopt it to your own performances, to your own communication with the audience.
Yeah, we're finding more and more audiences who are actually online and wanting to listen to music online. And
we want to enrich, we want to expand horizons, we want to expand our abilities, reach farther, reach more, bring more people on board the classical music, and to be able to enjoy the power of it.
Yeah, and the power of music, especially with the technology we have with microphones. We had a contestant here with 4 or 5 different microphones all attached, and it sounded incredible. And we have this platform here, and with our tech team as well, who are able to facilitate that, which is so amazing.
Exactly. And you're in the great hands of our team members. In green rooms, everyone is prepared to the best ability and to be able to present their sound and their picture in the best possible quality. You're in hands of professional musicians. They are like you, know exactly what the stage is, what the feeling is of being nervous and being, relying on all that tech around you. They tech check, they prepare your microphones and everything. You'll sound great.
Yeah, what's really amazing is because I think entertainment is not enough. We want to be educated too, and so what's important and what's amazing about the immediate feedback about after a performance is audience who are listening can hear a performance and hears judges, be renowned musicians, conductors, pianists, string players, woodwind players, brass players, and people of different genres coming together and give their feedback and their take on it. And so it's not just entertaining, you get to hear some music, but it's also educational. And speaking of which, go on.
Yeah, absolutely. This competition was founded by professional musicians with an understanding of what the professional musicians can benefit from most. And it is the result of an enormous effort of a very large international community of established artists.
Yeah, definitely. And these, speaking of established artists, let's introduce our judges.
And I'd like to invite on stage wonderful judge Giacomo Franci. Is a master pianist and the artistic director of New York Chamber Players Orchestra, an established conductor. He's a guest conductor of great orchestras such as Beijing Symphony and Symphony Orchestra of Cressetta. Giacomo, you come from Italy, but you're really a world man. You've traveled around the world. You've made so many recordings of Aaron Copland and Igor Stravinsky, and you signed contracts with the labels, recording companies. You're a diverse musician. You're a pianist, conductor, entrepreneur. Welcome. It's a great honor to have you with us.
What an introduction. Thank you very much. I didn't know I've done all these things.
That's right.
You've just written it down.
Of course I know it very well.
Yeah.
Well, it took you years. I mean, I went on one breath through just a brief sketch of it.
Also, there is this thing. I look 35, but I'm not really 35, so...
Oh,
that's right.
It's even more impressive, right?
Exactly.
Thank you and welcome, Giacomo. It's really lovely to have you. The next judge I want to introduce is Devin. Devin Hughes is an orchestral and operatic conductor of Irish and Guatemalan descent. He is currently serving as music director and conductor of the Boulder Symphony and Arapaho Philharmonic. Devin is an incredible advocate for the arts, and he has his own podcast. I'm going to make a plug for his podcast, the One Symphony Podcast. So everybody, please give him a listen. And I love listening to you talk and your comments. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show.
It's a phenomenal podcast. Don't log off from our show. Our show is very good too. But after, go and watch the one.
Go and subscribe.
Podcast.
Follow and subscribe.
Thank you, Anna and Chris. It's great to be here. I'm looking forward to seeing some amazing performances tonight.
Thank you, Devin, very much. We'll introduce our next judge, Galina Ivannikova, Ukrainian-born American operatic dramatic mezzo-soprano. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Such a great pleasure to have you. She is a voice teacher, diction coach, and she's hailed by critics for her rich, lustrous voice as much as your passion for dramatic portrayals. You're a really dramatic soprano. For the mezzo-soprano, that's right. For the last few seasons, you sang numerous roles in Verdi, Wagner, and in many opera theaters in the United States and around the world. And you have all the degrees. The pedigree is just endless. I'm going to have to stop at one point. Welcome, Galina. It's a great pleasure to have you join us.
Thank you so much. I really enjoy it and looking forward.
Thank you, Galina. And also we will introduce our next judge, Fred Karpoff. And it's lovely to have you. When I was a contestant last year, you were one of the judges, and I really appreciated all the comments that you gave. Fred Karpoff is the artistic producer and founder of Entrada Piano, which is an incredible school full of videos and ways to understand how to play the piano better. And I particularly love that you have a blog that you update very regularly. And as a previous student of Leon Fleischer, you share a lot of these insights, and it's incredible to have you on the show and to hear your comments. So thank you for being with us.
My pleasure. Looking forward to some great music making and comments from my colleagues as well.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to your comments, Fred. I have my paper here, and I'm going to be taking notes.
Well, learning here too.
Absolutely, very enriching. I would like to introduce James Welch, faculty of the State University of New York. Welcome, James. Great to have you back. You're opera director, and you have many credits opera directing under your belt, and you're conductor with the Buffalo Opera, and you've directed music theater productions, and there's a whole list of theater productions. I'm going to encourage everyone to check your bio. This is just Sweet Charity, A Song of the New World, Once Upon a Mattress, Cruel Intentions, The Wild Party, and it goes on and on and on. You're a fabulous pianist and vocal coach. Wonderful to have you with us. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be back here again with so many fabulous people, and looking forward to it.
Great. Are we all ready to start hearing the contestants?
Yeah.
Okay. Then, without any further ado, I will introduce the first contestant, Kento Ishikawa. Pianist from United States, nominated in the artistic category of academic, and he will be performing Beethoven Piano Concerto No. 1 in C Major, Opus 15, first movement. Welcome on stage, Kento.
Kento, can you hear me?
Yes, I can't hear you.
Where are you? Where you live? Where are you now?
My teacher's studio?
See, where teacher studio is where?
What city?
I'm in Los Angeles.
In where?
Los Angeles.
In Los Angeles. Okay, you are in Los Angeles. So, first of all, your performance is in full Beethovenian spirit. You go on like Beethoven have done. So, great praise to you. I have one question. Can you get to an octave with one hand?
Yes, a little bit.
Play one octave. Play one octave with one hand. Any octave. Very good. It's okay. It's enough. Okay, thank you. I think that you have a great talent and you have all your life ahead of you. So tell everybody around you that there is plenty of time for you to become a great pianist, because you already are. That's all I have to say. Bravo.
Thank you.
Great job, Kento. It was so much fun to hear you play. Hey, can I ask you a question? If you were to describe the character of that first movement of Beethoven C major piano concerto you just played, what would a character be? It's like grumpy, happy, bored,
Like
excited. Which one?
Like excited?
I think so too. Yeah, I would say also if you can kind of make us feel that excitement. I can see you're feeling it, but imagine there's like 600 people in the audience and you're trying to get them just as excited as you are. That would be my main comment. We want to kind of see that excitement and the mystery. There's some mysterious sections in there too, right? It's not all excitement. Doesn't it change sometimes?
Yeah, like most Beethoven concerto character change a lot. So yeah.
So aside from excited, can you name one other feeling in that movement?
Like very mysterious.
Yeah, I like that, mysterious. So I would say whatever feeling that you are feeling for any phrase, first of all, you want to know, like in Beethoven, it could be every 16 bars, it could be a different feeling sometimes. You want to make sure you know exactly what that is, but then think about how you want to make your audience feel about it. So great job. That's my only comment. Looking forward to seeing you play with an orchestra soon.
Thank you.
What a wonderful performance. Kenta, I'm so glad to listen you today, and I think it's great achievement what you did today. To play Beethoven and your age, it's really great. I like your musicality, and I agree with my colleagues. You have to imagine a little more about different colors and different feelings. And I like your ensembles and what you do with your technique, trills and soft sound and growing, beautiful crescendo, diminuendo. I love everything. I think you did great job, and I think it will be nice to hear you soon playing with orchestra. Congratulations, bravo.
Thank you.
Kento, thanks so much for your playing. It's obviously, as my colleague said, this is very impressive. And congratulations to you and your teacher. And I do have just a few comments, and they are really in line with something that I would say to somebody who is twice your age or more. So everything I say is with great respect for you and your teacher and what you've accomplished so far, because you're in such a great position with your technique already at your age. That is stunning. So in the on the lines of what Devin was asking you, I'll be a little more direct in the interest of time, to say that I think once you get to about your second page or two of your solo, you start to have these chakachuras, jump, and everything. I think Beethoven is signaling to us that it's very funny, right? There are very few composers who are able to capture humor so effectively, and I think Beethoven and Haydn and Debussy are among the three who really do that at a high level. And so the more that you can feel that, if in fact you do think it's funny, that I think you can bring that out much more at times. And then other things you'll explore as you age for the next, as Giacomo said, for your life, more of the subito dynamics, the more sudden changes in Beethoven. I think you can make more of them and take even greater risks. One little detail is in the development section, be careful you don't slow down. You're actually slowing down in the chords there. And like Devin said, there's a place of mystery and suspense there. I think you'll actually hold it more if you don't alter the tempo too much. And then I wanted to thank you for playing the second cadenza. We don't hear that very often. And, Beethoven was not only a really great composer, but he was also a great improviser. And I wonder if you can imagine yourself being in the audience the first time the concerto was played, and what would it be like? Can you imagine yourself improvising this? And what would that be, if you were making it up more? So that'll come to you. And all these comments are said with the greatest of respect and just really being impressed. So I just would say, the more you can search for meaning, as well as while you continue to develop your technique and keep playing harder and harder pieces, that character, the colors, everything that my colleagues talked about, that's absolutely what's going to make the difference about when people really want to listen to you, and that kind of risk taking. Bravo to you and to everyone involved with you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our judges for the thoughtful comments. It's one thing I love about this competition, that you get to get this feedback right away, and it's really constructive. So thank you to all our judges. If you're tuning in now, we are in the finals, in the midst of the finals of the Sound Espressivo Global Competition. We have today and tomorrow of our finals. We have, all ages, and we look forward to hearing all of them. We also want to make sure that you can vote for your favorite finalists. We have a link below. This is a James Adler Audience Favorite Award, and if you have a finalist that you particularly felt, wow, really astounded you, make sure you vote for them. You can vote more than once as well. And so with that, let's go on to our next contestant, whose name is Ryori Chow. He's coming to us from Canada. At the age of 10, she'll be playing piano for us, and we look forward to hearing you. He is nominated for the lyrical category of artistic awards, and that means great vocal lines and voice control, balance, tone color, and we look forward to hearing you play. Thank you so much, Rory. Take it away.
Congratulations, Roy. I thought that your touch and the lightness of touch for Haydn was perfect. Your rhythm was wonderful. I could really feel the phrases and the overall structure of the piece. Can I ask you a question about, is there any music in that sonata movement you just played that reminds you of any other music or any other composer?
I kind of sometimes feel like Beethoven got his Symphony Number 5 motif like this.
Yeah, and guess what? It's what key is that Beethoven Fifth Symphony you just played?
It's like C minor.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the same key too. So you think that Beethoven must have heard this sonata. And of course, Beethoven doesn't just use that motive in his Fifth Symphony. But I think what Fred was talking about with Kento, that connection of Haydn and Beethoven and how they are able to communicate musical humor, better than probably any composer in the history of all different types of music. That's the one thing that I would love to see more of. Like Haydn with his Farewell Symphony, where he tells the musicians to leave the stage to protest his boss, right? And, Haydn, who's also, writing these crazy things in like fake endings into his pieces. So when there's a part of the sonata where it's kind of like, what's going on here? There's empty bars and Haydn seems to be bringing this to an end. You can like fake it. You can act like it's ending, and then you have to surprise us when you actually go on. And of course, Beethoven seems to be a little bit of a grumpy curmudgeon, but in his music, there's all this fun and joy and happiness, and really he's like a stand-up comedian sometimes. So I would just ask, the one thing that I would like to see more of is just kind of communicating that humor of this music, just really showing it and really playing with it a little bit. And I would even say, like, usually I tell people, especially around your age, to try and be a little more even, to try and keep the rhythm a little more consistent, especially if you're going to play with chamber groups or orchestra, because that's what we're looking for. But I would even try with Haydn, maybe playing with the tempo sometime and changing things up. Like what would be really funny for the audience to hear? How could you make this music funny? That would be my main feedback for this. But congratulations, and I'm looking forward to hearing you play in the future. Great work.
Thanks.
Absolutely right. And my congratulations for your play. And I really agree. I think that it's if it will be more humorous, exactly, more colors, more part of play and games, maybe some kind of between parts, connections with the melodies and with different parts. It will be also very, very great. And have you ever tried to sing when you play?
A lot of times, but sometimes in this, but I don't know.
So when you're singing, it will be as you will give a signal to your hands to play it differently. When you're singing, you feel differently, and when you play different parts, when you're singing, you produce different colors. It's what was not enough for me. When you play, this is colors. So try this to do this, to sing together with playing. It doesn't mean that you have to do it loudly, but inside, then it will be more powerful play. But I really love your Haydn. Congratulations, brava.
Thanks.
Hi, Ruoyi, and congratulations. And yeah, it's very well done. And as I said to Kento, it's impressive what you're doing so far. And so my ideas are for you and your teacher, and perhaps anybody else listening, is building on what my colleagues just said. It's amazing that we just had two pieces back to back that have this same need for humor. And I would say that this, I was saying that the Beethoven I find to be pretty funny and high-spirited. I think this piece is borderline hysterical. And I think that's needed much more. And so I think a few principles of classical music, but music in general, I'd like you to consider is the element of conversation and oration or inflection. Like, let's just take Mozart, for example. In the case of Mozart, I tend to think that Mozart is either sung or spoken. It's sung or orated. I think there's a lot of that in Haydn as well, perhaps a little more instrumental and string quartet-like. But and Haydn is more prone to exact repetition, as you sometimes have in this piece. So if you think of something like, what's the most famous speech that you can think of, Ruoyi? I mean, have you heard of a great speech? There's one really big one that most people think of.
I don't really listen to speeches, but if I think of a speech, the first one that comes to mind is "I have a dream" by.
That's the number one. That's the number one answer if we were playing Family Feud or something. So can you imagine if Martin Luther King had said, "I have a dream. I have a dream." It wouldn't be such a famous speech, right? Because it wouldn't have been inflected with so much variety. And so when you have opportunities, you need to think about what that is. Now, I want to build especially on what Devin said about the humor and how funny it can be, and with one specific idea that I want to leave you and others with. And it's something that I'm preparing to give a major presentation on at MTNA soon, on Leon Fleischer's Secret of Rhythmic Playing. So the secret of rhythmic playing, as Mr. Fleischer often would tell us, is to be as late as possible while still playing in time. Sometimes he would say the secret of rhythmic playing is to be as late as possible without being too late. But most of the time it was to be as late as possible while still playing in time. Well, what would that mean? Think about two spots in your piece. In the exposition, you have that yum bum bum ba yada dee da dum, right? And then you have the hand crossing. Bum 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 da-dum da-dum bum bum. It's very funny, but each of those, if you're a little bit late before you do it, if you just go da 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 dee da da dee da da, I'm early to off of the tied note. So you want to hold your long notes longer, and you can compress your shorter ones after that. This also happens at the end of the recapitulation, for example, when you come to that spot where you have the rest, and you do the rest really well, just as Devin said, you're holding it. But then you get the Beethoven motive. You get the Beethoven 5 motive, which obviously it's not really Beethoven 5's motive in here because it predated the symphony. But you have the little knocking motion, right? The motive, the ba 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 ba, right? So if you can hold that as late as possible, and I'm scat singing right now, or scatting this with my voice. So if you went ba 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 da 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 ba 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 da dee da, you'll keep us on the edge of our seats, and we'll be like, what's happening? It's so exciting. But if you come in right on time, the way we were all taught when we were young, to be like, oh, a quarter note equals 2 eighth notes, etc., then you will be early. So I encourage you to really consider that, because jokes, think about a really good joke. It's all on the timing. It's all about the delivery and the inflection and that variety. So the more you bring that to life and you're more like this, then we will be like that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, bravo. I really enjoyed listening to you, and I have to admit, Fred pretty much read my entire list of things, but only said it way better than I could have said it, as far as rhythm and all that goes. I was just gonna say it just sounds like you're clipping because you're trying to be too correct on some things. I guess what I could offer to tag on that is to just be sure that when you're playing, that each finger is over and touching the key before you press it down, because I think sometimes we get to be a little early because we're just jumping to the next key and we're not totally prepared. I'm a victim of that every day, and then I find that I'm rushing, or that my hands aren't together, and where I really am in time, I was just too early, because I wasn't prepared to play through into the key a little bit more. But I think if you can experiment with different types of finger touch and using your arms more on the bigger chords a little bit more, and you can work with your teacher on that, I think all of that would be cleaned up well. I mean, there's just so many wonderful things that I think would come alive even more and be so glorious. But you're really doing a beautiful job playing many wonderful things, many fine moments, and I enjoyed hearing you. Congrats.
Thanks.
I want to give another round of applause to that Haydn. Haydn is so challenging to play, so much variety in there, and so many places to slip. Wonderful job, bravo. Before we move to the next contestant, I would like to remind everyone that this is the finals of the Sound Espressivo competition. Contestants had been performing and competing through several rounds over several months, and this is the last last stage for those who make the finals to compete for the top prizes. The international panel of judges, and you heard them commenting, they come live in real time and give immediate feedback, which is the most important for the artist, to hear what and how we affected our audience in the real time, in the moment. And I want to remind our audience, please, your feedback counts. Your opinion is extremely important to us. So we have a prize established for the contestants, named after the donor of the prize and co-founder of it, James Adler. Audience favorite award. Please vote for your favorite finalist. Whoever inspired you most, go to the link below on Sound Espressivo website. You'll find the form. It's a very small, easy form. You don't have to create new accounts or make any donations, nothing. Just pick your favorite finalist from the drop-down menu from the list and vote for that person. And the contestant who receives most of your votes will be awarded a prize. Thank you very much, judges and everyone. We are ready for the next contestant. I'm welcoming on stage a violinist, Colette Wiering. She is from the United States. She was nominated in the artistic category of virtuosity. And this is where we focus on faster tempo, remarkable accuracy, challenging choices, star-like presence, and dramatic expression. She will be accompanied by Stella O'Neill and Colette. The stage is yours.
Brava, brava, absolutely amazing play. Don't you think in Bach it's difficult to play, difficult to feel? First part probably maybe because it's only start. I find that better you have to find a little more themes to express, to feel different colors. But I love sound of your instrument. It's full, and I can feel this energy from your hands. What I love the most, it's second part, it's Andante, and I can feel what you feel. That it's what we are for. We are sending this information to listeners and try to give them our emotions and how we feel about this music, that people who listen you will feel. It's what I did when I listened your second part. So and Allegro assai was absolutely terrific. I love it. I love energy. I love this passion that you play. So congratulations, bravo.
Thank you.
Yeah, bravo. This I've accompanied this piece so many times, and to just to know that it's not even easy to put together, and it's not as easy as it sounds, and you play with such conviction and great interpretation, and I really enjoyed listening to you, and this is really a tremendous feat to get through this piece. So congrats on that. I had one thing that I noticed, and that is just with just about any multi-movement work, you want to take just a little bit of time to let the dust settle before you start each movement, unless the composer indicates that you go right on. But that's just one thing I noticed, is that with both the second and the third movement, you just kind of like dove right into it, and it was not quite as settled as it could be at the beginning of each movement. So I think that may have contributed to a little bit of the ensemble difficulty you had in the third movement. But you just have to sit there and really just feel the pulse right from the beginning. I mean, it was minuscule, really. I mean, there's just some wonderful things happening in there, and I enjoyed listening to it.
Thank you.
Unmute, please.
It's at the bottom of their browser.
Am I in now? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I soloed that piece. It's the seventh piano concerto. It's the same music. I think yours is in A minor. The one for piano is G minor. And you see now I'm wearing glasses. I was not wearing glasses. After the concert, I started to wear glasses because it was tiring. So I got a bit older playing that. So you and 9 years old to play this is incredible. A little criticism. Okay, one. I agree with Galina. More colors in the first movement. Whenever you can, change colors. Bach is a great genius. Whatever you do, it comes up. There is not a rule. It doesn't write any dynamics there. But when it's a new period, lighter, stronger. I found more fire in your third movement. Second movement, I loved it. Beautiful, that sostenuto note. I do a trill there because the piano cannot do that. So beautiful.
Thank you.
Very soulful. Okay, little criticism. One, the sound in the higher pitch of you have at times some intonation problem, and the forte. I know it's not easy in any instrument, a little rounder. I'm not a violinist, but I think there should be a way of doing that. The third movement, I suggest you to take it a notch slower in order to gain, your fire is great, but to gain in clarity. Because that is a devil, that third movement. When people say Bach is easy, I will kill them. So anyway, so they should go play it to see what happens. So anyway, yeah, brava. Okay, I think I comment too long. Okay.
Thank you.
Nice work, Colette. I really enjoyed your performance. Just to add to what the other judges have said, do you know anything about Bach, the composer, who wrote that piece?
Yeah, he's German. He has done many pieces that I have played. I think that he's one of my favorite, composers, because he was very popular, and his music sounded like the time of period he lived in. And
yeah, well, I'd say you have good taste then. One of the things about Bach that I don't know if you know, but he led the orchestra from the violin. He would play this, really, I think people still have his violin through one of his sons, and he would lead him as a conductor from the violin. So I would suggest, when you're playing with your wonderful accompanist back there, can you lead her a little more? Like, imagine that she's like a 30-piece orchestra, like 30 people playing behind you, and you have to keep them all together. Because I see you, like, kind of at the beginning, you look back, and then the whole movement you play, and then at the end you look back again. But I would love you to be more engaged. So that might be being a little more comfortable with the notes and with what you're doing, so you can focus on others, because music is, I think, all about communication. So it's you're having a conversation, but you're also more interested in what the other person is saying than what you're putting out. So you might think about that, and maybe just try the opening of the concerto. Can you do that just once? Do you still have your violin? Can you just play that, and imagine that your accompanist is a whole orchestra, and you have to bring them all in together. You're not only playing the music, but you're also leading them. Can you just try that? Almost. Yeah. Can you do it once more? Do it and really get her attention and breathe with her, just like you were waving your arms like a conductor would, but you're doing it with the violin and with your breath too. So yeah, that's good. Yeah. And now, before you do it, really look at her before you do it. And then after you start playing, can you keep looking at her so you two can do the same phrase together? So you're actually leading the phrase. Maybe it's a little with your sound, but it's also with your eyes. Yeah, there you go. That's wonderful. Yeah, that's great.
Nice.
That's wonderful. And I would say, in that way, you can always look back at the audience, but keep her and or your orchestra or whoever, your string quartet, keep them in your vision and in your interest. So they're part of the audience is part of the performance, and you're really kind of, like a conductor would, electrify the room. That's what you want to do. You're conducting, instead of electricity, you're conducting music, which is energy, which is communication. So that's the only thing I have for you. The rest is wonderful, and I hope you can play this with an orchestra in a couple of years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Colette. That was really cool. I'm so happy that you did what Devin was suggesting to you. It actually sounded even better than your playing in the finals. So thank you for that. And also thank you for everyone who's tuning in, for your YouTube comments, and for make sure you do interact with us on Facebook or YouTube or LinkedIn, wherever you're at, because it really makes a big difference. And Colette and all the contestants will be able to see these comments. And we also want to give thanks to people like Devin, even our judges who are commenting behind the scenes, giving additional comments. It's just so cool that this interaction is what makes this community feel more alive, and we're like talking to one another. And I don't think that's even possible in concert halls sometimes. We can't just give comments like these during a performance. So really, really grateful for that. Want to continue to remind everyone to vote for your favorite finalists. It's a really great way to reward them. It's a great way to interact with them. James Adler co-sponsored this incredible prize for our finalists. So if you can vote for them, the link is right there. So make sure you vote for them and make them feel loved. They're pouring their hearts out for you. And with that, we have another contestant. She's a pianist. Her name is Tzu-Ching, and she's 10 years old, and she is nominated for the Miniature Artistic Award, which is a category which specializes in convincing personality presentation, short and sweet, and little gems of music that they present to the audience. So, Tzu-Ching, I'm really looking forward to hearing you. Take it away.
Thanks so much for your lovely playing. Has a lot of good music happening, and really enjoying this. I'm just seeing. How do you pronounce your name? Is it Suching? And do you say Charisse? I just didn't catch that. How do you say your name?
I go by Therese.
And how do you say your Chinese name?
Ziqing.
Ziqing. Thank you. 谢谢. So yeah, lovely things here. And these are just suggestions for you and your teacher. You're doing terrific work, and that's a lot of great accomplishment for someone at your age already. I wanted to focus on the B section of your Chopin first, because you do some very nice things, and I thought, oh, you're breathing, it's varied. And but there's something that I'll say to musicians of any age, and that is, one thing is, be careful of what I'd call a rubato mannerism. There's something that you well, let me go ahead and say, in the category of what we call "it takes one to know one," that means that I had similar problems. So one of them, I want to talk first about your body language and how you're looking. So I would encourage you to take a video of yourself and look at it, or the video of this. Like, for example, in my own case, when I was a freshman in music, I think I somehow would get really close to the piano when I was playing softly, as though that was going to help me get soft. And it's completely doesn't make any sense. In your case, I think you'll notice that your head bobs quite a bit. You kind of go forward and back quite a bit. And it comes to a point, it's not so much that it's visually distracting, which it started to become for me, as much as that I think it's taking you out of your where you are in the music. And the reason why this brought my attention to it was because something you were doing in the middle section, which was lovely, but it gave me the sense that it was really planned. Like when you went ya ti da da da, and then you came back, but you did it pretty much the same way the next time. So I was expecting that. So if you can imagine that you are this wonderful opera singer, and that the next time you say it, maybe the words are a little bit different, or the way you feel it or you mean it is a little different. Something that brings that sort of really authentic variety to your playing, as opposed to doing it, because your teacher or I or somebody else told you to, So you'll be finding that. And for me to say something like this to someone who's 10 years old, that's really astonishing. So it's really just saying, if this is helpful for you, use it. And if it's not, you set it aside, just like anything else in life. In the Prokofiev, I think it was curious to me, because in the A section, I thought you did... you needed more of what was in the score. Your accentuation it was pretty regular. And when you did the return, curiously, you actually did more of what Prokofiev wrote. So if I were suggesting, I would, if you went back to practice, be a little more vigilant in a way like you're approaching a Beethoven score. And where there are accents, do the accents. And where there are no accents, play piano or play something that's at least like in the section you have but very few of those last attacks, about the last 11 or 12, were not accented, right? And then you have the brusco, right? The brusco says, so it goes boom ba ba ba, but you went boom ba 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 ba. That's not what Prokofiev wrote. But you did do that at the end really well. I mean, you went when it came back, you went ba 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 ba. It was great. And I encourage you to do what I'm doing right now. I'm animated. I'm using my voice. Use your voice to articulate what it is your intentions are inside, and then they will come out at the piano as well. Also, be careful about when you get into the moderato scherzando. You actually are surging. I guess that's a pun because of Sergei, but you're surging before the last 8 measures or so, the moderato. I don't think you need that. And then if you have poise in there, think about when you have those hold them, and I think they'll be funnier again. This has been the funny night. There's been a lot of humor. So those are just a few things for you to think about. And you're doing a really terrific job. Great work for you and your teacher. Bravo.
Bravo. Yeah, there's so many fine moments in here. Again, Fred and I must be sharing the same mind because you went through my whole list again. I love it though. It's great. You know, I mean, I can tell there's so many great moments that you have great musical ideas for. But I'm gonna agree with Fred here. Mostly in the second part of the Chopin. There's something about too much rubato, and how am I trying to say this? A teacher that I studied with in undergrad, Professor Robert Jordan, he would always say, it just sounds too spelled. Like you're just taking the time to spell each note rather than work on the whole phrase. And I think with particularly with Chopin, but a lot of romantic music, it's easy to make it about the lavish accompaniment where it really doesn't have to be. And then you take too much time and you don't give enough back. And then you just get to a point where you just stop for a second at a big cadence. And it's so easy to do. I've done it. I mean, we all have. You know, but I think the main root of everything that Fred was saying, you know, just with the Prokofiev and with the Chopin together, is just if there's just a way that you can just get your arms to loosen up. I feel like you're really just holding your arm, and then that makes your hand just kind of stay, and then it gets too hard to press down fingers as I'm clawing the camera here. But if you could just loosen that up a little bit, I think a lot of the rubato will come easier. A lot of the straight technical passages and the big chords will come easier. I mean, really, this is nitpicky. I mean, I wasn't playing these pieces till college. So, I mean, hats off to you on what you're doing. And, yeah, bravo to your teacher as well.
Brava. My favorite piece that you played was Prokofiev. Was very clear and full of. I mean, I don't have the score in front of me, but I could tell that there was fire, clarity, everything was there. A little thick there, but okay. It was very good. Chopin rubato. This is like a joke. Okay. Chopin rubato. Usually when I listen to other pianists playing Chopin, I say, what the hell are they doing? I don't know what they are doing. So I think I know better than anyone else, and then probably anyone else think like I do, and this is good. Welcome to the circus. I know that one time I listened to a recording of Arthur Rubinstein playing the Nocturnes by Chopin, and I say, but this is exactly what I would have done. And Chopin was older than you, was older than 10 years old. So there is all your life ahead of you, and you can experience with different teachers. It's good not to listen to just one or another. So you can form your own conception about how you play, and when someone comes to you and say, this is wrong, then you answer, because you have your own conception, and welcome to life. Brava.
Thank you.
And bravo from me. I totally agree, and I don't want to repeat everything what my colleagues said about rubato, about characters, about like everything. I support this recommendation. Maybe because you already have this habit to play too much rubato, maybe you can come back to metronome and play for a while very strictly rhythm and very strictly tempo. To come back to original movement. And also, if you will listen different recordings of famous pianists, so you can choose your way to perform this after. I like Prokofiev, and I like this character that you produce. Maybe I need a little more. Think about that this is a character from Romeo and Juliet, and this is ballet. So if you look at ballet performance of this piece, you will have also a kind of different ideas how to do this movement in the characters. But I congratulate you. It was great performance, and work with your teacher more, and good luck you with your future. Thank you. Brava.
Thank you.
Bravo! I want to hail Cherise for bringing together such contrasting pieces. This is a fantastic work, and many thanks to your teacher to be able to bring you to this ability to put together in such a short presentation pieces from such a different worlds. It was a joy to hear the richness of your expression. Thank you so much. And before we move on to the next contestant, I would like to again remind the audience that you are watching the final round of the Sound-Espressivo competition. It took contestants several months and several rounds to arrive at this stage and to present their final performance for the panel of judges, international judges. We have over 40 people on the panel who are giving immediate feedback to the contestants, sharing the immediate impression and the suggestions, recommendations for the future, for the further growth. Contestants are here competing for the top prizes. And I would like to remind the audience that we have the Audience Favorite Award. Please check the link which we posted in the comments, and you'll see it here as well. We'll post this link. Please go to that link and vote for the person who inspired you most or triggered your imagination most. Support the artists for their future. The winner of the popular vote will receive a James Adler special Audience Favorite Award. And I would like to also remind you, we're not limited with one award from the audience. There's a donate button in there available to everyone. If you would like to make a donation towards other awards, we will establish another one. We would like to give out as many encouragements and as many awards to the finalists. It took them a long path to arrive at this stage, and it took a lot of courage to step on the new age virtual stage in a virtual concert hall and to connect with you, with our audience through the distances, through the internet, in the real time. So please donate if you feel like it, or just vote for your favorite finalist. We'll be moving on to our next performer. I would like to welcome on stage a pianist. Hiroshi Koro is coming from the United States, California, nominated in the artistic category of virtuosity. And again, star-like presence, dramatic expression, challenging choices, remarkable accuracy and faster tempos, and many more suggestions to describe what virtuosity is you can find on our website. Just go to the artistic awards. And welcome on stage, Hiroshi Koro. The stage is all yours. He will be accompanied by Yuko Yoshida.
bravo. There's many fine moments in there, and you have great musical intuition, and you've prepared a really big program. I mean, I don't think I would have been able to play like that at the age of how old are you? 9?
Yeah.
Wow, that's great. I've played the Chopin and the Haydn around the same time, but I think I was closer to 12 or 13. I've never played the other piece. I never even heard it till today, so thank you for introducing it to me. It was lovely. I only have a few things here. I noticed just consistently, just you want to be careful after with your rhythm, particularly after you play notes with phrases with 16th notes. Then you seem to come out into the 8th notes or the quarter notes at a slightly different tempo. Sometimes it's faster, sometimes it's slower, and it's easy to get caught up in the moment and then just kind of not know how to switch through there. But you always want to make sure that those fingers are into the keys with every note that you play. And I might suggest going to practice with a metronome, particularly with the Chopin. It's so hard to do, and I remember agonizing over this myself, to go chick 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 chick, and I'd always miss the bass note. It's so easy, or it would barely come out. You want to make sure that you're right over that key before you play it, and then just spring right up. And I had a teacher call that quick arm. I call it ninja arm, because it's like as soon as you hear the one note, you're already covering the other note. Not playing it, but covering it. So it's just like, ooh, where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Oh, where? No, it's here. You know, it's like the ninjas fighting where you, or something. But anyway, that's just something you can work out with your teacher, but also with the metronome would help greatly. I noticed it with the Haydn quite a bit with the scales. Sometimes your hands aren't always quite in the same pulse with all those runs, so you just want to. A metronome would help you clean up all that. I mean, there's really, I'm really just nitpicking at this because there were so many fine moments, but I think you'd get so much more with just a little bit more metronome work. With I don't even know, how do you say this composer's name? Is it Yvette?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's you know, I mean, quite humorous. I mean, you know, Fred was saying earlier. I mean, the humors seems to be the theme for piano music tonight. I had a teacher say it's hard to play humorous and play well, but I feel like you captured the humor and played well. If anything, I would say that you could go further with the phrase shaping and the whole arc of it. And I think, you know, in some ways, the more serious it is, the funnier it's going to be. But I really enjoyed it. Thank you for introducing that piece to me, and thank you for your fine playing.
Okay, thank you.
Hiroshi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I really liked you. Really. You have a natural way of playing. You look like very, very easy what you do, which
Thank
is
you.
not. So, very good. So, do you know the name of the Chopin waltz that you played? It's called... No, don't cheat. You have to know it, you know?
No.
It's called Minute Waltz.
Menu what?
Minute.
Minute.
Means that you have to play it in 1 minute. Are you sure you played it in 1 minute?
No.
It's a joke. Okay. Another thing, I don't know the second piece you play is from Monsalvatge. Who is the composer of that piece?
Yeah, Monsalvatge. I don't know how to say the name.
Is a 20th century composer?
Yeah.
I really like the way you played that.
Thanks.
very beautiful, very beautiful. The only criticism I have is my taste of Haydn is I would like the kind of pedal more for the late, like mid late Beethoven. It's kind of too much pedal for me. I like it more crisp, but then you are so you don't even touch the foot in the pavement, so your regulation of the pedal become less controlled, because of course you are. I mean, I was not a prodigy, so I've never been your position, but I think that if you have the foot from high, it's difficult to control the pedal. And so if you have it, of course, if you have it, you have the legs long enough, you will use the pedal much better. But bravissimo, bravissimo.
Thank you.
Great job, Hiroshi. I really enjoyed your playing as well. I thought the program was really contrasting. It was a nice 3 different pieces that you chose from different time periods and different styles. Yeah, and I enjoyed on that on the second piece, the Monsalvatge, whatever it is. I didn't know that piece either. I thought it was a wonderful piece and how you played it, and I loved how you brought out the voicings, you know, and the children's tunes on that. The one thing I would add is maybe for the Haydn, you know, we talked about this a little bit tonight. This Haydn, you know, he's known, he's got, how many symphonies does Haydn have, Hiroshi? Do you know?
A lot.
Yeah, that's true, exactly. And it's like it's over 100 actually, and he's got chamber works and a lot of piano works, obviously string quartets, and he invented the genre essentially. That's why we call him Papa Haydn. He's kind of the grandfather to all things symphonic. And in the 1770s, there was a fire, and a bunch of Haydn's operas burned in that fire. So we actually don't know. I mean, it would be great to know what some of his operatic works were with characters and stories. But there's no doubt that Haydn was, like Mozart and Beethoven, truly thinking operatically, you know, thinking from a standpoint of telling a story. And so I would be curious for that Haydn, like, what would your story be if an audience member asks you, what does that music mean? How would you answer that in about 10 or 20 seconds?
I don't know.
Well, then I think you should think about that, because that's one of the things. I love your virtuosity, and I would like to see you kind of really start to bring those characters to life. And of course, at 9 years old, you know, you'd be way ahead of all your peers if you started really to think like an opera. You know, what is the story? Is Haydn trying to get a girlfriend in this? You know, is he going on an adventure, you know, into the wilderness? Like, just think of something and bring that to life when you're playing this music. But aside from that, wonderful, wonderful program.
Thank you.
Hi, Hiroshi. Thank you for your playing. And my first performance was when I was, actually, no, I think I played when I was 10, and I started taking lessons when I was 9. So I was, you know, playing that arrangement of the Liszt Hungarian Rhapsody in the Thompson book, and you're playing this whole program. It's very impressive. So you have a bright future ahead of you. And I'm familiar with the Monsalvatge, the piece I've done in keyboard literature recently, and I thought that was by far my favorite piece of yours. I really love your commitment and the intensity and the energy that you have innately. I thought of a story of hearing, I think, Menachem Pressler, who is one of the most famous teachers we have. He's still alive, but I think he's very close to 100 years old now. And he once said, after judging the Van Cliburn competition, about the winner, he thought the winner was really good, but he said the classical style is going to still come. It comes late. And it's something about the journey of that. And so my colleagues are right. I agree that there's a lot to keep exploring in terms of style, but also touch and dynamics and character and pedaling. And I know that it's great you're doing with a adjustable foot pedal. So as you grow and you're able to explore more things more easily when you have your feet directly on the pedal, that will certainly be easier. But I think all of those things are important, and I encourage you to really invest in the way that Devin talked about, in not just the symphonies, but also the string quartets and the piano trios, and just be really curious about things. It's clear that you have the potential to be a really fine artist, and a lot of that will take discipline as well, but you have the core materials that are going to really help you to say something special with your music. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you to all the judges for these incredible comments. And Hiroshi, you are amazing. Thank you so much for your performance. Thank you for making it so, playing such a program that is really enlivening us here at Sound Espressivo. We have our next contestant, whose name is Lena Ishikawa. But before we introduce her, for all who are listening, please don't forget to vote for your finalists. And voting for Hiroshi, voting for Lena, who is our next contestant, is very easy. You can simply click on the link below and submit a quick form, and it will add a vote into the system. And our prize is very happily donated by James Adler, and we're really happy to be able to present this kind of award to our contestants. So continue to comment, continue to interact with us, and we're very happy once again to introduce Lena Ishikawa, who is 10 years old. She's a pianist from California, the United States, and her artistic award is Virtuosity, which is filled with exciting tempo choices, dramatic expression, stylic presence, and we look forward to your performance. Thank you.
Lena, brava. You didn't miss a note, which is not easy. I think 2 points. One, this is an Allegro assai, which is beside that. You can feel it in the music of Mozart. It should be a bit faster than that. And then beside the speed, it also more colors. I felt it a little like that, and you are doing like professional pianists. They cut out all the dynamics so they can play all the notes. so good future to you. I didn't hear Mozart. Mozart is different colors, and the speed a bit faster. The dance of the devil at the end. The devil doesn't dance that slow. It takes the spirit away from it. But what you did is not easy, and you know that, and build on that. Bravo again.
Nice work, Lena. I agree with Giacomo. I would have liked to see it a little bit quicker. Generally speaking, third movements of Mozart, Allegro assai, presto, they're a little quicker. But I also think one of the ways that you can make it seem a little more integrated is to try to connect the notes a little bit more. Connect runs. Do you sing like the melodies as you're practicing, or before you're practicing, or while you're playing? Do you sing?
Yeah.
You do? Okay, so I would maybe encourage you to sing a little bit more. And yeah, I think with Mozart, we really have to connect long phrases. And so try not to really feel each note. You want to feel the sentences and the phrases, the longer, the bigger picture. Do you know any Mozart operas by chance?
Some.
Okay, well, I would like to assign you some homework, if you wouldn't mind, watching Mozart's Nozze di Figaro, The Marriage of Figaro, because he wrote that right around the time he wrote this piano concerto, and I would just, try and connect with some of those characters, and just think about the idea that Mozart was creating piano concertos operatically. So he was really trying to bring characters to life. So I would again echo Giacomo's thoughts about colors, emotions, characters. I would really like to see more of that, and really put your voice into your right hand, when you're playing the melody. But great work.
Thank you.
Well, I agree with tempi, that you have to keep this tempi like faster, or at least equal, because sometimes you rush, and this affects your ensemble. So also your touch very light all the time. So you have to develop some kind of more powerful touch with your hands, because everything likes same. And when you play something, you have to have this difference, different in colors, different in touch. So sometimes it's powerful touch, sometimes it's light touch, but you all the time light, very lyrical. I love your artistism. I like your artist. You are artistic. So you show your feelings. So I'd love that you not only show as a person what you feel, but also how you feel, and show it with your fingers, with your touch. So it will be different colors because of your touching piano. But I like how you perform, and I like this, your artistic side. So congratulations, great job.
Thank you.
Hi, Lena. Thanks for your playing. I agree with my colleagues. They've sort of taken my talking points. I'll just say certain things in a few different ways. And just first of all, that you're accomplishing what you are at age 10 is still something very impressive. You're part of the process, right? That the music is a process, and so if you can take what we're all saying to you and push your limits, you'll be enriched by the process of learning this piece and from the process of collaboration with us and your teacher. And so in addition to your homework for the Marriage of Figaro, I think you should also be listening and watching Don Giovanni. It is an Allegro assai. However, I was thinking of the aria, Don Giovanni's aria Fin Candalbino, and trying to imagine that tempo, even though that's a presto, I think it actually probably would work around for this one. In any case, the character changes so much when you're in a division that's called virtuosity, and so I think you do have to push that. So there is a practical way that I think you can do that, because it felt moderato a lot of the time. It was on the safe side. So taking more chances and being on the edge, and then everything that everyone else said about character and color and what we talked about with some of the previous contestants too. The one technique I would suggest to you, and specifically, is that all pianists, many pianists practice in rhythms, but I'm a believer in refining this approach so that it doesn't become mechanical. However, you can even use the metronome to do this. I think you need to find a tempo that's going to work. If you have yum bum ba da 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 yum bum ba ba, I think you have to get to at least that. And then if you're really rhythmic, it doesn't have to be faster than that. It's just that, because you can play really rhythmically and clear, and then that often is better than playing faster still. But the rhythmic practice that I'd suggest is probably going from the downbeat to the downbeat and stopping. But maybe set whatever the rhythm is, the tempo is with the metronome, and make sure you're in that. So you go yum bum ba, and you've got there with all of your notes, and then stop there, and then start on da 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 dum. Just get to there, and then do the same thing and overlap them. But only go on when you know you're happy with what you did. Don't do what a lot of people do. They'll go da 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 da, right? And it's like, oh, I'm a good boy or girl, I've done my rhythms. No, you want to listen, engage, and develop the kind of touches that Galina talked about. So you're using your whole body and not just playing, in mainly one or two kinds of ways towards the piano. Okay, so you've got a lot of promise, and so I hope you take a lot of encouragement from what we're saying, because we're really challenging you. Thank you for your playing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Thank you very much for bringing the Mozart concerto. This is one of my favorite, very elegant piece, and you're such an elegant player. This was lovely. This concludes our youngest group for today, 10 and under. We'll be moving on to the 11 to 14 age group with the next contestant. And before we do, I would like to remind everyone, this is Sound Espressivo competition finals. The final round of 3 rounds, contestants who are taking stage for several months, preparing various programs, and today and tomorrow we're running a marathon of 6 sessions in which the international panel of judges is joining us live from different countries, giving comments, as you just observed, in real time with the real immediate impressions, and sharing what the contestants can work on to keep growing. And to everyone who is watching us, I would like to remind the audience has a voice which matters in the Sound Espressivo competition. With the help of James Adler, we were able to establish an award for a contestant, for the finalist, and we're taking votes from our audience. Please find the link right there below, or in the comments on every platform where we're broadcasting right now. Go to that link and pick your favorite finalist. The finalist who receives most votes will receive the award. There's a cash award, and there are more opportunities, but most importantly, for every musician, it's so wonderful and so heartwarming and so encouraging to see that our art is appreciated by you, by our audience. So please do vote. And if you feel like supporting the competition, and supporting more prizes for winners of this competition, please find a button to donate, and all donations will go towards establishing more prizes for our wonderful participants who work so hard and who pour their heart for you, our audience. And now we're moving on to category 11 to 14. This is the next age group, and the next contestant who will take the stage is pianist Matthew Brand, who's coming from New York, United States, in the artistic category Innovative. He was nominated for Innovative, and he will be presenting new, cohesive, meaningful, resonant, and innovative approach to music. Matthew Brand, the stage is yours.
Piece I'm going to be playing is the first movement of the Haydn Concerto in D major. So we originally planned for this to be a two-part piano piece with an accompanist, but because of COVID, my music conservatory went remote and I didn't have the opportunity to practice with an accompanist. So in the past week, I decided to improvise my own orchestral interludes and write cadenza in the same jazzy style.
Great job, Matthew. I love the program you put together, that you are not only adding your own composition, but you're toying with the traditional Haydn exposition movement, playing your own cadenza, reharmonizing it with contemporary music. That's, I think, exactly what Haydn would have done. And in Haydn's time, it was completely preposterous for one composer or performer to play another composer or performer's music. They would only perform music that they wrote, because they were always promoting their own music. So they were, composer and performer was one and the same. So I think you just have to keep that up. Keep writing your music. For every piece of an old dead white guy you play one of yours, because that's how the repertoire gets expanded. And that's how we're going to engage younger audiences. So I love that you've done that. Just a few little things. Be careful of the tempo overall. And I'm thinking mainly in the Haydn, you don't have an accompanist, but you still want to imagine that there's a 30-piece orchestra around you. And to move them, it's like moving a train or an airplane. It takes a little more influence and a little more preparation. Right? You can't it's not like a motorcycle where you just steer and then it follows you, right? So you have to kind of be aware of the greater whole. And the best way to do that is to really think rhythmically and really focus on getting the rhythm down. So you're not changing tempo, especially at the end of the phrase. Sometimes you like to slow down a little bit. I would try to avoid that. Use the metronome, but really subdivide internally. And use color, use dynamic contrast to end phrases as opposed to time. I would, especially in the classical era, I would really keep it quite tight and organized from an organic standpoint across the whole movement. Just a little thing in the cadenza. When you come out of the cadenza, don't wait so long. Or if you're going to wait long, make sure you're still in it. It kind of felt like two movements to me. It was the cadential 6/4 chord, and then we stopped, and then you got into your cadenza. It felt like a different movement. I would think more, dramatically, because as a piano soloist, you're an actor up there. You're leading the audience through a drama. So I would really think dramatically, and it's you have to change the scenery yourself, which I would recommend not taking so much time, but if you're going to take time, there has to be a dramatic reason to do so. So great job.
Matthew, great job, for sure. And I will not comment about your own piece, because who knows better than composer how to play. And a little moment about the Haydn, what I love. I love how you play dynamics and how you touch this piano. I like your musicality, your dynamics, and I like how you're careful about your pedal. And I agree with my colleague and about this very big distance between your coda and Haydn. So connection, because your coda looks like totally different music, not connected to the Haydn. So this is a small recommendation, but I love what you did. Congratulations, bravo.
Thank you, Matthew. I remember enjoying hearing you last year as well. And again, my admiration for what you've done so far, and my comments are in the context of what I just said, and admiring what you're doing, especially I think of what your sense already as a musician to play classical music, as in from the Viennese classical period of Haydn when you're 13. I think that's really extraordinary. To add to especially what Devin said, I agree about, I wrote down that there's curious tempo fluctuations at times. And the one that was most obvious was near the end of recapitulation as you were coming into the to the cadenza. So as you, I'm sure you'll continue to put your own playing under the microscope, by observing and your own recording. But you have some tremendous, really talent and ability. I mean, it's your ears and that you're composing. I think this is wonderful. One little detail I think that would be worth pointing out is because you're listening very well to the durations of notes and touches. There's a lot of nitpicking that would need to go on to keep getting it to the next level, because sometimes you're still doing random accents. Everybody does this, but it's the kind of the process of doing it. But the one thing is, on the main theme, when you have yum bum bum, you're often going yum bum bum, yum bum bum. You're kind of leaving it, so it's kind of it's almost like 2/4 and a half note, even though they're staccati, so they're all shorter than that. I would encourage you to make them similar lengths, but with the kind of inflection that you usually do with sensitivity. And just imagine that if you're a string player, like there's a little bit of vibrato on each of those, if they're pizzicati or whatever, however you're playing it. But that's just a little detail as an example of something that to perhaps point you towards something that you're already doing so many wonderful things with, but we have to keep spinning so many plates as pianists. And hopefully you'll add that and things like that to your playing as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey there. Bravo. Great to hear you again. I really enjoy your composition. So, that's just another one of them that I'm going to have to buy when it's published, so that I can play it myself. But, you make the wrong way sound like the right way. So, but, I was just, funny story, quick. When I saw that you were going to play the Haydn concerto, and then your video feed came up and I saw one piano, it did right away. I'm like, I wonder how he's going to do this. Only because I had a similar situation when I was about your age with this piece, where all of a sudden it was, there isn't a second piano in the room. And I had maybe about a week, and they were trying to convince me to switch my piece, and I didn't really have anything I was confident with, and I was just like, well, why don't I just make up the orchestral interludes? And that's exactly what I did. And I don't know what I played. It was so long ago, but it was just kind of neat to see someone else do that. It was great. Yeah, I enjoyed your cadenza. Yeah, it was so a lot of modern isms in there that I think that any composer would have enjoyed it. I think Devin was saying that it's their music, they make it up as they go along, and they would have enjoyed to hear that you can still improvise with the theme in maybe a slightly different style. And yeah, wonderful. Bravo.
Matthew, congratulations on such a fine performance. We were told less than a week ago that actually the accompanist and even the recording of the accompanist didn't work out for Matthew. So he decided, you know what, I'll do it all on my own. And it's incredible how you improvised the interludes and made it into a solo sonata movement, made it into a piece and into its own. And it's remarkable. So thank you, Matthew, for doing that for us and pulling through. Even though, in spite of all the circumstances, you went ahead and gave us a really fine performance. Thank you. And for everyone who's joining us, this is the finals of our Sound Espressivo Global Competition. And we have contestants like Matthew who just played, and we have so many more to come and play before us. Then the question really is, have you voted yet? Have you voted for your favorite finalists? And you can vote more than once. You can have more than one favorite. But please vote, because this is a chance for them to not only get more recognition, but it's an interaction between you and the contestants. And we love that. We love that this is a platform that you can interact with the contestants and with the judges. So feel free to leave a comment. Feel free to, click on the link below and vote for your favorite finalist. And with that, we're going to move on to our next contestant. Her name is Sora Coral. She's 11. She plays piano. She's from California, the United States, and her category is virtuosity. And she's going to blow us away with her fast tempos, remarkable accuracy, challenging choices of repertoire, and just an incredible program. Let's take it away, Sora.
Sarah, what a tempos. Oh my goodness, I'm out of breath. I had no time to take any air. And for sure, you can play fast. But you know that also, to be virtuoso pianist doesn't mean that you have to everything play so fast. Mozart was like, for my taste, it's like too fast. Even you did this tempo from beginning to the end with no problem, but you can do much more if you slow down a little bit. You can do more colors, more dynamics, more sounds, like different sounds, more like it will be more interesting than everything like very, very fast. Same with the Chopin. You have to slow down. You already can play fast for sure. So think about it, because it's very, very, very good play, and it's great potential. You can do everything perfect. So the most I like your Kabalevsky, and I think you enjoy it very much, because I can tell how you like dancing almost with this music and feeling this music. So I really like your performance. Thank you so much. Bravo.
Thank you.
Hi, Sarah. Thanks for your performance. And I agree very much with Galina, but I first want to ask you, what is the tempo in the Mozart? Do you know what it is without looking at the score? Don't look at the score.
Allegro?
Yes. And as you probably suspect, maybe from what Galina said, we're probably experiencing it kind of on the presto side. I actually even decided near the end, I was like, I'm going to pull out my metronome, and you're playing it at between 100 and 104 or so, which is pretty brisk. I had the great pleasure of playing this, but I was probably almost twice your age when I played it for Marie Pariah. And I was checking right now, I'd have to be at the piano, but I think perhaps somewhere around 88. That's a significant difference. And so I think what you lose by playing so fast is a lot of the poise, rhythmic poise, and then the character that we've talked about with some of the other pianists earlier tonight about the connection to opera and vocalism. This music is, I think, really sung so much of the time, and when it's not, it's sort of symphonic and orated. So that's a really important part that we encourage you to really pursue in earnest as you grow older, because it's remarkable what you're doing to play what you are at the current time. I do want to say that I don't think the Chopin is too fast. It's actually not beyond like the virtuoso tempo of 116. But what was being noticed is that it also can breathe, and so and that's just a quick comment off of what Galina said. I also thought the Kabalevsky was that you were most in your element there. You do have some tendency to rush within that, so just be careful about maintaining that as well. This is, I think it's tremendous that you actually have the ability to play that etude at this level, at this age. I hope you're learning all of the Chopin etudes, because that's going to put you in great stead for just playing everything. So just keep doing what you're doing, but remember to smell the flowers too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bravo. Yeah, so many fine moments, and it was so nice to listen to you. I agree with my colleagues. Things were just a little too fast once in a while, but you know, I'm looking at you, and because I'm not in the same room, this is hard to tell. But I think just from another pianist standpoint, I think that your bench might be just a little bit too close, and that's pushing your arms and your fingers into the keyboard a little bit too quick. And I don't really want to turn this into a lesson, but I'm wondering if you just move it back like an inch or two and start the Mozart again. Can we get her up on the big screen? Yeah, and now set up like you're gonna play. Yeah, and now you can sit a little further forward. But I think that you were just, yeah. I think that the bench was too close, so your legs were too high, and then you weren't balanced. Start it up again. No pressure. How's that feel? Yeah, it's much more settled, but I think you're just more anchored, and that's just going to give you a little bit. I've just noticed that, Fred is saying that you might be sitting a little too low as well, and yeah, I mean you're looking at the guy who always sits in the basement himself, but it's a real freak show when I get up there on stage and lower the bench, but yeah, sometimes I think a lot of times we don't realize that, if our legs aren't grounded, that it just could be because there's too much bench in the way or something. And I mean, we're all different shapes, sizes, and and then there's different benches and all that. It's just the challenge of what we face every day is to find what the right balance is and to just take a second to figure that out. But I thought that was much more settled. And there's so many more, so many fine moments that I think you could just do so much more with. And yes, maybe a little bit slower once in a while and let a few phrases breathe. But I mean, you're playing some pretty big rep, and at a very young age, and that's just a lot of work in a short amount of time. And you just have a lot of great things to show for it. And I enjoyed listening to you.
Sora, that I pronounce well your name, Sora. Hello, can you hear me? Do I pronounce well your name, Sora? I don't know. Do you guys hear me?
I hear you.
She's not answering. I don't know.
Yeah, we hear you. Sora, can you speak? Can you say something? No? That's okay. Go on, Giacomo.
Okay. I just want. How do you pronounce your name? Maybe it's them that they don't. She cannot hear me. Okay. That's why. But you guys can hear me, right? Yes. Okay. Anyway, I thought that she was phenomenal. I don't have much to say about anything. The only thing about the voicing on Chopin, that with the speed, she was very busy doing the quick notes, and she didn't sing much with the left hand was kind of killed by all that playing. But also the Mozart, I liked it that speed, actually. I mean, I don't want to contradict anybody, but I think she has been great. That's all I have to say. Yeah. Can you hear me now, Sora?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, can you... Oh, wonderful. Okay.
Okay, so, okay. Anyway, I talked very well about you. So, funny.
Wonderful job. I wanted to applaud once more, give another round of applause to Sora and her wonderful accompanist. I wanted to praise the accompanist and the sweeping speed and energy in the concerto, and there's a lot of intricacy staying together. You're phenomenally blended with your accompanist. Wonderful job, and so much energy. It's getting late where I am, so it was a big jolt of coffee to hear you. Wonderful. We'll be moving on to the next contestant, but before I call the next finalist on stage, I would like to remind everyone, or if you're just logging in, we are in the midst of the Sound Espressivo competition finals. Our contestants get here through 2 rounds and several months of competing, preparing large programs for this competition. International panel of judges joining on air in real time, providing their feedback and suggestions for future growth to the contestants. And we have a very special prize. Here is where our audience takes an important role. Please vote for your favorite contestant, and here is the link below and also in the comments on all of the platforms where you can see our broadcast. Please go to this link, and it's a very simple form. You find the name of your favorite contestant in the drop down, and please vote, because the person who receives most votes will receive James Adler Audience Favorite Award. And right next to that form, there is a donation button. And if you feel like generous, please donate to the Sound competition, because your donations will fuel more prizes for wonderful musicians whom you can hear on this virtual stage. And now we are in the age group 11 to 14, mind-blowing musicians from around the world taking virtual stage. We are inviting an oboe musician from Japan, Konomi Nakadai, nominated in the lyrical artistic category, which is to represent great voice and line control, balance, tone, color, captivating presence. And there's more descriptions on the Sound Espressivo website, what we're looking for in the artist nominated in lyrical artistic category. Konomi will be accompanied by Madoka Nakadai, and please take the stage. It's all yours.
Wow, congratulations, Kanomi. That was
Thank you.
that was amazing. And it's, I think, the first oboe solo that I've seen on our competition. Yeah, for somebody at the age of 13, you play so virtuosically and musically, I think. I see all the gestures, I see all the phrases that you're trying to convey. The Donizetti, it's like you're a soprano really bringing that to life, which is amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure I hope to see you playing in some of the top orchestras in the next 5 to 10 years. Or only a couple small things that I could suggest. The second part of the Donizetti, the Palaiuto, I think there's a way you can bring to life that lament a little more. Really, really leaning on Be ba ba, like you're really, and you have such a beautiful tone and sound. Sometimes when you have these the notes that have a little bit of space, really feel like they're connected all the more so. And then some of the earlier runs in the first part of the Donizetti, I felt, do you listen to a lot of like bel canto, opera from like that year, like the late 1800s? Do you listen to a lot of that opera, like Lucia de Lammermoor?
Not so much.
Yeah, I would really listen to some of the singers and how they go up like in very fast notes with runs. I know it's very difficult on a double reed instrument, to get these runs. But if you can kind of play through those runs, really almost running to the top of the hill, when you're getting those runs, I think just the fluency, I feel like you'll be able to express the vocal style, which is which is what you're already wonderful at. But congratulations, and I look forward to seeing you on bigger stages in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, bravo! It was some beautiful playing. I really don't have a whole lot to say, but to take off on what Devin was saying, as far as all the phrasing and shaping goes, the one note that I had here in the beginning of the Pasquale, the Donizetti, is that I just thought that you were starting some phrases a little too loud for like so it's like when you go to shape a phrase, you had nowhere to go dynamically. So I would go back and just maybe look and see if you could start things a little bit softer so that you have room to grow later. You pour such great energy into it. I mean, you tell that you really love what you're playing, and that's when that fire gets burning, it's kind of hard to tame it a little bit. And I've been there before where I'm playing and I'm like, oh no, I'm too loud and I have nowhere to go in 15 minutes for the big climax, and it's like, what am I gonna do? And there's nothing worse than when you realize it on stage. But it was just a few little things like that. It was in more of the lyrical sections, but I noticed it a little bit in the etude too. I mean, there's so many notes, and I know that's hard to it's hard to shape phrases on any instrument when you're just going lightning fast like you are. But I would just maybe start some things a little bit softer, so rather than But it's really some remarkable playing that you've done, and I really enjoyed listening to you. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Hi, Konomi. Brava. I will be a little more severe. I'm sorry. I found the second part of Donizetti. Let's start from the positive. That those high notes and those arpeggio, all clean and lyrical, that was fantastic. But the rest, so the sound, I found the sound in the beginning a bit harsh, and then you get kind of choppy, and so the legato was not there, I think, and then the clarity, especially the second piece, it was. Then sometimes the sound was, I don't know if it is, I'm not an oboist, if it is the breathing, that if you breathe better can carry on the, you played pieces that they look, they say lyrical, I wouldn't say virtuosistic, it's very difficult. I don't know, this is my point of view. I'm not saying that I am the Bible of music. This is my point of view. Is if I would be you, I would start playing some Mozart oboe concerto, something simple, and build it up from there. You have all the talent to play those pieces in 5 years. This is what I think. Brava anyway.
Thank you.
Great job, Konami. I have a little suggestion how you're breathing. I like what you're doing at the beginning. You're controlling your breathing, and you start phrasing very soft, but finally you start to move your body so like too much. Believe me, you have a very difficult instrument. You have a wind instrument and your body and how you're breathing. It's very important, because if you breathe and you support right way, your instrument will be singing also with you. So when you move your instrument so badly, so you exhausted. You exhausted physically. You cannot control phrase, and as a result, you produce all the time same sound. So this is sound very loud all the time, because when you move, it's big distraction for what you're doing in music. So what I suggest at the beginning, start to don't move. Stay still, because this is your instrument also. So then you will control your phrasing. And one suggestion, you do phrasing, but you make crescendo to go to the culmination, to the point where you're going. Too fast. Start think that you start soft sound at the beginning and continue soft sound, and only at the end of a phrase you bringing more sound. So as a result, you will preserve your voice. As a result, it will be more visible phrasing, it will be more visible dynamic, and it will be more beautiful music. So your body is a key. You're breathing well. You don't breathe very hard and difficult. You pick up, breathe. You take in long phrasing on one breath. Excellent. But what you produce, you exhausting yourself by not preservation of this sound, because as this instrument that engage two instruments, your instrument oboe and your body, so it's more difficult. So think about it, how, not about how you inhale, but how you preserve this air in your body by making soft sound longer, then grow, then it will be more effective. So, but I love what you do, and I love how you're breathing. Only this thing that will help you for sure if you stop singing or producing sound all the time same, all the time loud, with no going anywhere. It's like you breathing, you singing, you playing and playing and playing, and it's really hard. So be more musician, be more still, and it will be excellent, because you have a lot of possibilities with your voice, with your instrument. So congratulations, bravo.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. ありがとうございました。素晴らしかったです。Oh, it was amazing. Bravissimo. Thank you so much, Konami. I've been hearing so much piano recently. It's wonderful to hear the oboe. So thank you so much for gracing us and coming to us from Japan and playing for us. It's spectacular. Thank you so much. And also thank you for our judges for your comments. I really, really appreciate it. For those who are still watching, we're 3 hours and almost 30 minutes into our finals. This is the third session of our finals. We still have tomorrow to go, so if you're tuning in, please make sure you do so. We have something very special this year, which is that you can actually vote for your favorite finalists, and we really encourage you to do that. Contestants like Konami, who just poured her heart out for the audience and for you, our international music community. Please vote for her if you like it. The link is down below. Show her your support. Show all our contestants your support, especially if you enjoyed their performances. And with that, I'm going to introduce our next contestant. And the third in the choral family, which we've heard in amazing performances from so far. We have Oliver Coral from California, United States. He's going to be playing piano for us, and he is in the Virtuosity Artistic Award category. And we can't wait to hear you play music that has incredible tempo with accuracy, challenging choices of repertoire, and dramatic expression. And yeah, take it away.
Oliver, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I see I'm talking by myself. Oliver? You guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I think there is a problem of communication.
He's gonna be back. I think he's just refreshing.
Okay.
Oh,
Because
he's here now. Yeah, let me put
I
him
like to
back on.
comment with the dialogue. if
I
it's
totally
possible.
understand. Okay. Oliver, can you hear us? Yeah, I think so. Okay.
Oliver, can you hear me? No. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you there? I don't know if you. I would have a question if you can
Wave
hear
if
me.
you can hear us. Okay.
It doesn't show that. Right. I don't know. Maybe I just.
You could give the comments, and he could listen on YouTube later.
Yeah. Okay. So I think he has a great talent, and that I liked everything he did. I think he changed a little bit the ending of the Chopin first studio. I think there is a different arpeggios there. So I was curious to ask him that if he changed a little that ending of the first Chopin studio. That's all. And Mozart, he sound more like Beethoven. It was a little heavy, a little angry, but there is a great talent there.
Yeah, just to add to Giacomo, I thought Oliver, you are incredibly talented. I enjoyed your variety of programming. The Mozart, I think that's it. That's cool that Giacomo mentioned it's a little like Beethoven. That's the one, that's the more romantic, I think, of Mozart piano concertos. And of course it's in D minor, and I think this is the one that Beethoven also performed a lot of, and had his, obviously, had his Beethoven's cadenza for it. So I think a little more fire in this concerto is fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that. My main question, consideration for some feedback would be, can you connect with your accompaniment a little more? Can you think of what the orchestra is doing? I hope that when you're playing this concerto, you have a score, not just the piano score, but the orchestral score that you're seeing. I mean, that's one of the things that obviously Beethoven did, but late Mozart was starting to look at all the different woodwind instruments as very important solo coloristic devices that were adding to the emotional thrust of the music. So I would really spend some time with the score, know who's playing what, know when there's a call and response in Mozart, know who you're responding to. And that would be a question if Oliver's back with us and able to respond, is do you have an orchestral score? Have you looked at it? Are you aware of some of the other instruments? And if not, really with this concerto and with your next concerto, you start looking at, get those orchestral scores and really learn them, so you know who you're playing with at all times and who you can connect with. Thank you. Great work, Oliver.
I just want to ask again, first of all, Oliver, can you hear us? He can. Okay. Then I'm going to ask you some questions. We don't hear your mic very closely, so can you make sure you're close enough to your mic? And so first of all, you're doing a lot of things well, and you're playing some big stuff, and bravo to you. I guess I'll wait until you come back into the screen. There you are. So I feel for Giacomo. He was, we're talking into the void sometimes. So, so for your, first of all, briefly on your Chopin, it's a really good start on it. It's a hard piece, and you want to keep working for accuracy. It's challenging. On the Kapustin, who have you heard perform this piece?
This one lady, I forgot her name.
Okay, so this one lady's not good enough. We're going to push you to be better than that. So I can think of a couple recordings. One is by Marc-André Hamelin, but that's in wild contrast to Kapustin's recording himself. Have you heard Kapustin play this etude? It's okay. So. It's okay if the answer is no.
I think so.
You think you have?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it probably, from what you're telling me with your body language and everything, it probably wasn't very recent, and it's not really sort of vividly in your memory, right? So I would highly encourage you to listen to this and those two recordings are drastically different. So Marc-André Hamelin is one of the great technicians of our time, and so it's interesting to hear that. But it doesn't sound anything like Kapustin, who it sounds so primal. It is so deeply rhythmic, and his passing recently was obviously very sad for all of us. But he's left us this tremendous music. And the thing that I want to say to you about all of your pieces, but I first wrote it in the Kapustin, is that rhythm trumps speed any day. Now, we did have one student earlier, that pianist that some of us wanted to have her play the tempo a little bit faster in the piece. In your case, I actually think you're on the verge of having too much speed in each piece, but not so much the Chopin, I suppose. But the Kapustin, your speed is right what he marked, I think. But in terms of the rhythm, there's much more to do in terms of holding it so that there's the contrast of held tension. Are you still with me, Oliver?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, so I would really encourage you to be more careful. Have you ever studied any kind of conducting, or do you any kind of basic conducting patterns? No. Okay. So that would be another thing I'd really recommend to follow up on the sort of things that Devin was talking about, so that you can bring other dimensions to your playing, especially in your Mozart. There are a lot of things stylistically we encourage you to really look carefully at and study. Do you have any recordings of pianists that particularly move you of the Mozart? Who have you listened to?
Ooh. Yeah. Sung Yin Cho.
Okay, that's some. So by the way, you're getting feedback from, at my university, it's very common to have people who are much older than you do the same thing that you're doing. They'll go, I don't remember. It was some lady, So, but you have enough talent and ability that you can actually start discerning and listening and actually saying, I know these people. And if people think that you're really nerdy or geeky, too bad for them. That's what it takes to be really great, is to be kind of a nerd in classical music, right? That means that you care enough about it to go after it. So one little detail, and then I'll stop talking, is in your sequences at the bottom, you're going, ya da dee da, ya da dee da dee. You're surging, and that's really not a part of the style. Be careful that as you're playing, the broken octaves in the left hand, things like that. There are a lot of your dynamics were being affected. It felt like Kapustin was coming into your Mozart. So just be a little careful about that. You've got a lot of really tremendous things going on, and you're to be congratulated. So bravo to you, and keep working hard on developing your artistry.
Thank you.
Yeah, good work. Excuse me. Good work. I mean, it's one of the harder etudes, the Chopin etude repertoire, and I'm still afraid of it myself. So really nice. I think Giacomo was wondering, like, if you had reworked like a couple of the arpeggios at the end. Actually, I think you skipped a few. I'd have to look back. I haven't looked at the score in a while, but so I would just go back and check the ending a little bit. But yeah, I mean, there's some good playing in there. But I noticed in general, coming down, fingers get a little locked up. Going up seems fine. Coming down, it's always coming down. It's all of us. That just happens. But it just needs more work. And you know, I mean, it's nothing to really get too up in arms about. I mean, these pieces, I mean, you're just going to be working on them for the rest of your life. As a developing and a professional musician, that's just what we do with these things. But many fine moments in there. The Kapustin, I'm not as familiar with these. I have listened to the Kapustin and the Hamelin recording, so my biggest observation was just like when you get to the big chords, there's always like some sort of digga 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 ba, digga 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 ra, and it's just the bigger chords just need a little bit more elasticity. I mean, it just needs to set in there for a second and just live for like a millisecond longer rather than yeah. And I know, easier said than done, and it's just a small detail, but you know, these are another set of etudes that I think pianists will work on for their entire lives. Just perfecting and developing and perfecting and developing, and yeah. With the Mozart, I mean, the virtuosity was really neat. I mean, to hear your fingers just fly like that, I thought it was a little too much for me, for my taste at times. I think dynamic range. You play soft well and you play strong well, but there's not enough middle. It's either one or the other. You know, from going big to little, and if you can find more middle ground with your phrase shaping and let it breathe a little bit. And actually, I wrote a comment here in my notes that said, try to connect your fingers to your breath and sing it a little bit more. I know easier said than done, but it's really, I feel like sometimes the fingers might be in a slightly different pulse than the rest of you. And if that is true, I mean, then welcome to the professional world, because we're always dealing with that. But just some things to be aware of and to work on. I mean, there's really some very fine work that you've done with these, and I enjoyed it.
I just have one question, if you can hear me.
Mm-hmm.
The question I wanted, I don't know if you Oliver, you are hearing me or not.
What'd you say?
He asked if you could hear him.
Can you hear my speaking?
Yeah.
Oliver?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I just have one question. So, when you play Chopin First Etude, it's like a gambling. You don't know what happened. It's very difficult. But I just want to know the ending. You changed it yourself, or it happened and you play like that? It's a little different. That's why.
Written like that.
It just came like that.
Uh-huh.
Okay. That was a curiosity, which is okay. That's all. That's all the question I had. Bravo, bravissimo, very good.
Bravo, bravissimo. I want to echo Giacomo. Wonderful performance, and thank you for bringing those pieces on stage. And you just swept me personally away from my chair with that performance. And judges, thank you very much for very thoughtful and encouraging comments, and very helpful to take away from this performance for Oliver. We'll be moving on to the last performer in this group tonight. And again, I would like to remind everyone who is still staying with us, this is Sound Espressivo competition finals, the final stage. Contestants are competing for the top prizes in this competition. That's a third round. That's the third time they're taking a virtual stage. And the international panel of judges whom you met today are joining on air in real time and connecting with contestants with suggestions and recommendations for future growth. And again, I would like to invite everyone to please vote for your favorite contestant, for your favorite finalist, because they will be able to get the prize, which was co-established with James Adler, and it's named after James Adler as a word for the contestant who gets the popular vote. Here's the link right there, and you can also find it on all of our comments on the channels where you can watch our broadcasts. I would like to invite on stage the voice contestant, finalist of the Sound Espressivo competition from Hong Kong, Heli Hui Nin Leung. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. I practiced it, but it may still not come out right. She was nominated in the artistic category Music Ambassador, and that's the category which looks for presentation, engagement, conviction, innovation, and all that we assign to the word ambassador, the missionary of music into the larger world, as you can see on this picture on the screen. Welcome on stage, Haley, nominated in Music Ambassador. She will be accompanied by Shirley Wing Chow. The stage is yours.
Hello, I'm Haley Leung.
Hi, and I'm Miss Shirley.
Thank you for tuning in. Our program or message for the world today is about overcoming, welcoming, and becoming.
A lot of people growing up or believing that happiness is an outside job, that it comes from titles, awards, recognition, or love from others. Our bilingual program today demonstrates this human condition vividly.
Like the character in my first song, Wallpaper, her love or affection is not reciprocated. She felt like a victim. She's not seen, heard, or respected.
However, if she learns to love herself, has faith to change her story, focuses on new dreams, and chooses resilience, optimism, and change, she will go from victimhood to victory.
This is why we end our program with 1,000,000 dreams. No matter your age, your background, and circumstances, we hope that you will remember to overcome challenges, welcome change, and become your best and happiest self every day. 想珍惜時，後悔都很遲，只擔心失去這塊子，空出一方無人留意。若沒有所失的你，未懷疑，未竟缺了一處。長枝一奔盼待情人路過，從此安守你後台，無緣為你闖禍。想知一旦有天，壁花都已枯，情人懷念麼？可曾為我傷心過？I close my eyes and I can see the world is waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in the world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build, every room inside is filled with things from far away. Special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. Run away to a world that we design. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but say that you bring me along to the world you see, to the world I close my eyes to see, I close my eyes to see. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make.
Wonderful performance, Haley, and I thought your message and introduction was very beautiful and universal. I really enjoyed starting the performance with that and kind of, sharing with the audience what everything is about that you're about to do. I thought it was a great performance, and it's so nice to hear a vocalist. We haven't had that today, so that's wonderful. Using the pop song, I love it when people bring in different styles, especially popular music, into performance in general, into classical performance. One of the things I think in The Greatest Showman you could think about is, maybe when you're singing, stay still, focus more on the music, and then if a gesture comes to mind that you can't live without, or the lyrics move you to show that emotion through a gesture, I would start that way. Start maybe more minimal gestures. It looks like I enjoyed the motion, and it looks like you kind of pre-program some of those gestures. I would maybe focus more on the music, and kind of think that's what an opera singer, like sometimes opera singers in a Wagner opera, they sit there for 1 hour in the same position and don't move, right? And it's all about the music. I know with musicals and with more pop-oriented music and singing, it's a little bit different. And I'm not by any means an expert in the realm of musicals. But that's maybe something that I would just consider is really finding gestures from within you, as opposed to something you think you should be doing. But everything else is wonderful, and take care of your voice, and work on your breath. And you clearly have some great teachers and great support. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Great job, Haley. I agree with my colleague about your performance. It was great to see how you are working with presentation, how you move and do this artistically, your character. But also, it's not enough for singing and without support. What are you doing? It's singing a little like more natural. You're more speaking than singing. That this is make you chopping music, like you saying words by words, and it's no singing at all. So you're speaking more than singing. How you do this? It's because you have to think about that voice singing vowels, and if you close your mouth right before consonant to earlier, you close your sound, and as a result, for example, I lost my mind. Why you close your mouth to earlier? I lost my mind. See, consonant will speak after you singing vowel, not earlier. So, and when you do it all the time, you are speaking more than singing. So, I think that you have to find a teacher who will teach you how to support your voice, because if you're not supporting your voice, it will be a problem with intonation that you have, some of them. So be careful about it, because to produce any kind of sound, you have to breathe, you have to support your voice, so and after produce this melody. So pay attention that first come not artistically. Maybe it can help for some period of time, but think about to take lessons how to sing with supporting. Then you have great voice, so you can use it. And singing much powerful and much interesting that catch all attention of people. That it's like a little suggestion that you can take, but in general, it's really good performance. Thank you so much.
Yeah, bravo. I really appreciate the diverse program and the way that you set it up. It was nice, and yes, it was also nice to hear a singer. That's the first one we've had this evening, so and it's great to hear you again. I agree with my colleagues here, and that the breath support is huge. It's all my training as a singer. I don't have as much, but I just remember finally finding that place to really just get my breath and go, and it's just so easy once you find that spot. But it's definitely something that you need to be working towards with a teacher a lot more. It just going between each register and tuning and all that, it's going to be so much clearer. And the whole thing with the consonants, I could use a lot more, but yeah, I mean, yes, you closing your mouth too early, and it's probably because you don't have enough breath to get your tongue all the way up to the teeth at the end of your phrases there. I mean, it sounds dumb in some ways, but I mean, if there's no air, the tongue and the mouth just shut right down. Another thing I'll pass on to you. One of my friends is a Broadway musical director, and he says the first thing that they look for in the auditions is if the person can stay on their breath while moving. And he said many times you hear some great singers in there, they support well and everything, but then they just take one step and their breath is gone. And I mean, it's the first thing they go, and it's the thing that you need the most. So just something to have in mind there. I'm just passing that along to you. So you have that in your mind while you're doing your training. But yeah, I mean, there's a great instrument inside of you, and it's just waiting to roar and come out. And I hope I'm there to hear it. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Hi, Ellie.
Hello.
I definitely prefer the Million Dreams. Your voice came out there. In the first part, you were barely breathing. Therefore, the singing was like kind of like that. But your voice came out in the second time, and this is I want to make sure this is I listen to sounds. It's not about the language. It's not because you start singing in English then this is, now I understand, and you sing very well. It's not about that. It's about your voice. You are singing. It was coming out. You can sing. There was still breathe. So you, in order to breathe well, you have to understand the phrase. So this phrase finish. Now you breathe, and then you breathe. Before you understand the phrase, then singers know better than me. But I'm a conductor, so sometimes you have to sneak a little breath if the voice doesn't carry on to the end of the phrase. But phrasing is the first step. Then you can do that. Then I would like to ask you a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
In the beginning, I thought I thought we were in another program. You say, "Oh, this starts some life coaching here." I didn't understand. What did you say in the beginning? There was a message about the first pop song that you sing?
Yes. It's about like the character in my first song. It's her love or affection is not reciprocated, so she felt like a victim, and because she is not seen, heard, or respected. Yeah.
So she's a woman in a relationship that she's having these feelings.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I got it. Okay. No, because all of a sudden, as you start explaining, I say, "What is this?" I mean, I thought I thought all of a sudden I was watching a YouTube video. No, it's okay. Okay, I understand. Okay.
Can I ask? Can you see the subtitles of the lyrics?
Yes, we could see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I only had 7 months of lessons, so I'll take all your advice. Thank you.
But your second, refer to your strongest. Your voice finally came out, especially in the higher pitch. And you have a nice voice.
Thank you.
There is a lot of work that you can do on that. Okay.
Bravo. That was wonderful transition from one character with one set of moods and feelings to another one. That was a great story and journey you take us on, Haley, and thank you for bringing this and sharing that your composition as a story. This was great. Thank you very much. Haley was the last contestant for tonight. And I want to bring back all our judges again because I want to thank you all very much for being here for so long. We're past midnight where I am. And thank you so much for sharing your time, your talent, your expertise, your experience, for being so generous with your comments and so encouraging and so to the point, and so looking for what can really help the finalists. Take it from this program and take it for the growth and build upon it. Thank you very much, you all, for doing this.
Yeah, thank you, judges.
Thank you.
It takes a lot of effort to go through the scores and make sure you have something really constructive to say to our contestants, and all our audience members are really appreciative of that. And so thank you so much for your time, and I'm sure the contestants really appreciate that as well.
And we will see you again tomorrow, very early in the morning. That's the first session. Same age group meets at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I know the judges want to catch a little bit of sleep before we have to be on this broadcast again tomorrow morning.
So we are not judging now, right?
No, we're done for tonight, and we will see you all again at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Mm-hmm. So I hope you're able to catch some good sleep.
Thank you. Great to see you all.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Yes, and I want to also thank very much our audience, and for being with us, for staying with us, for taking time to vote for your favorite contestants.
Yes, please vote for them. You know, this is an incredible way for you to interact. A lot of the time, the audience favorites are a really admirable prize because you manage to capture the hearts of those listening to you, and the audience is what pays the bills. You know, so you are the ones that really support these musicians. So please vote for them. The link is below, or you can find it in our description, or go to our website. It's there for you to vote, and so please vote for them.
And I always wonder in the audience, if when I was not competing in the competitions, when I was in the audience, I always heard that the audience rarely agrees with the judges panel. We have the judges panel, and they will be determining the winners of this competition, but there will be one winner who will be determined by the audience popular vote. So if
and
you
it's not
haven't
like the audience
disagreed,
knows better. Yeah, it's not like the audience knows better, or you disagree, or the judges, but it's something to do with the fact that as a listener, you don't have to make any comments. You're just there to enjoy the music, and I feel like that's you have a different perspective, perhaps.
Exactly, and we want to hear that perspective. So please do vote, and please leave your comments. It's really, really heartwarming for musicians to see the comments, to see our effort being received and being resonated with. And
Wonderful. Again,
here is James Adler Audience Favorite Award, which is going to be awarded to the most popular finalist. among the audience members. I also want to thank the teachers for the hard work, the accompanists.
That's true.
We heard some incredible musicians, professional musicians supporting contestants. And today we had, in this session, we had the finalists from the United States, from Canada, Hong Kong, and Japan. And previously, in the previous sessions, there were also contestants from Russia, from Hungary, and from a number of other countries. We had
this is a way to bring musicians together so you can hear each other. And what I appreciate especially about Hayley's performance is how often do you hear a Cantonese pop song, and how often do you get to hear an oboist play some Donizetti and a operatic transcription, this kind of music, exposing it to the whole world. And we have these incredible platforms from Facebook, YouTube to LinkedIn that can make this music heard by more audiences. I think it's incredible that we have this platform.
In real time. It's mind-blowing. The oboist was performing from Japan, and I believe it's tomorrow in Japan. So this was a voice from the future.
Yes.
And so was the Cantonese pop song singer, the Haley from Hong Kong. She's from the future too.
Well, you're technically already on the next day. You're already on the 30th.
Yeah, we
so
caught
you're
up
already
with
in
you
the
guys. Chris, you've been in the future for a few hours by now.
Yes.
Not anymore. We caught up.
Let me assure you, the world has not ended. And and that's probably because we have an incredible team behind the scenes, including yourself. We have amazing producers, tech directors, and script writers making this all happen. There's a lot of little things that happen behind the scenes, and hopefully the audience doesn't catch wind of it, but it's important that we have tech directors making sure that the audio is good, that the video quality works, that people are connected to the right internet, ideally by Ethernet cable, that these things are smooth, just like in any competition, just like in any concert. There are people behind the scenes to make sure the show goes on brilliantly and that you as the audience don't take notice. So we want to thank this team incredibly.
Exactly. If you ever looked at the building of the concert hall, everybody would notice that there's a front and there's a long back of that building.
Yeah.
There's a big backstage, a whole system. So the virtual concert halls has built the same backstage system with green rooms and hallways and everything in a virtual space. And that's how it's possible to bring the show together with so many participants and make sure they really sound and look their best.
Oh, for sure.
Thank you, team, for your magic hands behind the scenes.
And so we have 3 more sessions, right? We have 3 more sessions happening today for you, or today and tomorrow for me. We have 3 more sessions of finals, and so we hope that all of you can tune in. We have more finalists who are going to be performing, and it's like I said, and we've all said, it's important that you interact. Write a comment. If you listen to anybody that you really liked, show them some love, write something below, and it really helps them. And as a performer, it really helps to get the feedback, not just from the judges, but from audience members, to really get that affirmation that what we're doing really reaches you, especially in this kind of online virtual format.
Yeah, it's a new format. So in the concert hall, we can feel the breath of the audience, and we're used to that. Here, we would like to feel the breath of the audience through your comments. That would be really very helpful. Thank you for staying with us, and join us again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and again 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
It's going to be a great day. Well, we'll see you soon.
See you soon, and with that, we'll say bye for now.
Bye, everybody. See you for now.
No matter where you are or who you are, music connects us all. We started with a dream, but now we are paving the future. Welcome to the Sound.XP Global Competition. Fully virtual, yet bringing musicians closer together than ever before, now on a global scale. True live, inclusivity, diversity, connection, community, an extraordinary array of judges. Get noticed by companies all over the world. Prizes, scholarships, performance opportunities. Apply to be a part of the most exciting congregation of artists, like nothing you've ever seen before. We guarantee quality and leave no musician behind. We can't wait to hear you on the virtual stage.